Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. What's going on? Ooh. How's everyone doing? What's going on, Oshik? I do apologize for the late start, but I have good news. We'll go over it soon. So yeah, it's okay. It's fine. Don't worry. I always try to get here on time, but it's hard. There's so many obstacles that get in my way. I guess that's what happens when you live with a bunch of other people. Ugh, okay. So, today, we're going to work a little more on the info panel stuff and kind of get that fully finalized. And then we're just going to keep working on stuff. I do want to work on that, like, shield building that we've been talking about. We can finish up the V3 conveyors. Yeah, maybe just throw in a couple other things I've been meaning to do. But yeah, should be cool. Should be fun. There's a lot of things that we can do, so. Oh, you lost your stream streak. What happened? Did you miss... You didn't miss yesterday's stream, right? Yeah, I kind of hate how Twitch punishes people. You did miss yesterday? I feel like you were in there, but maybe I'm thinking of Friday. Well, it's all good. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't like the stream streak stuff because it's very punishing to people. It's like, oh, you missed one stream, your streak is gone forever. It's just, yeah, it's kind of annoying. Especially for people that are just busy with life. That's kind of, yeah. Oh well. Am I off center? I'm kind of off center. I should be right in front of my monitor. Does my camera need to go to the left? Yeah, a little bit. I think. I don't know anymore. Okay, anyways. So let's jump into it, shall we? So, you weren't here yesterday, Oshik, so you don't know what this problem was about. But essentially what I wanted to do was find the ratio of overlap between two circles given radius and distance. So just to describe the issue, let's say we have radius 1, and this is on our asteroid collector, right? So this just has a radius like this, a circle around the center point, and then we have another one over here, right? This is radius 2. So obviously these two circles, no overlap, the value will return 1. But let's say that these do overlap now. Let's say it's like this, right? So basically I wanted a function to know what is the area in here and what is the, you know, it was just like, obviously it's easy to calculate the area of a circle. It's just pi r squared, but the overlap area is a little more complicated. I couldn't figure it out last stream, so we just did a crappy little linear version of it, which is, you know, just an estimate. It wasn't accurate. But now, I've done some more researching, and I finally figured out the right formula. And it's in the game. It's set up. So this function, I just pass in the distance between the two circles and the radius of both of them. Right now, radius is the same for both circles. Technically, you could, I think, change this formula to work for circles with different radiuses, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. So it'll get the distance. If distance is greater than radius times 2, that means that it's not colliding with the circle. And then this is the formula that's actually calculating when it is colliding. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, excuse me. I'll be completely honest, I don't really know exactly what this function is doing. ACOS, the arc cosine, seem to help with this solution. I didn't come up with this formula. This is just what I found online. But it's probably some kind of known formula. I don't know. But yeah, this will return a value between 0.5 and 1. So 0.5 is when it's completely overlapping, and 1 is when it's not. So essentially, we just multiply our productivity by 0.5 or whatever when it's overlapping. The whole point of this is, let's say that we have these two over these two things on top. I want to simulate like the area of one of these things taking up area of the other one. So it's kind of like a thing of like, let's say there's like 10 asteroids that fell down or whatever. Like, the probability that this one, because sometimes there's like asteroids in between, so we need to take that into account of how much this would affect the drop rate of the other. Theoretically, if they're both on top of each other, drop rate would be halved, right? So now I'm able to calculate that as just a number. Anyways, the whole reason for that is that I can make these extremely performant. So one nice thing about these is that I don't have to do any like world stuff. So it doesn't matter how big the world is or whatever. It could be a million tiles. These will still run the exact same, which is great. So these will never be slow. You could probably place 1 million of these and be fine. So, well, not 1 million, but like 1,000. But yeah, that's the whole thing here. And we can use this same formula for stuff like the collectors. So we just start to get into more kinds of optimizations where we can actually start to disable nodes that are out of view. Well, not fully disable them, but just stop it from like spawning in the bees and stuff and just like calculate it. Calculate what it should be mining. So yeah. Obviously I haven't implemented all that yet, but someday we will. So that's why I wanted to figure out this modifier stuff. Oh yeah, I think the Minecraft server's offline. I can boot it up. I just didn't know if anybody played it anymore, so. Oh, my throat, dude. Let me log in and do that. If I can remember my console. Dang it. Oh, I got it. Okay. I have checked out your base, I'm pretty sure. There's that one point where I hopped on, I think. I don't know what's up with my throat. My apologies. Okay. The server is now running. My apologies. It was running. I guess my like computer server must have turned off at some point and stopped, so need to give you a tour. Yeah, that would be sick. I would like that. We can do that. I should be free after stream for a little bit. I'll see. But yeah, we should plan it at some point. Okay. Give me un momento. I think that's what they say. Doesn't that mean one moment? Uno momento? I don't know. Okay. Ah. I apologize. My throat is just... You know? I don't know what's going on. Yo, thank you for the cheese time, Scotty boy. Appreciate it. Okay, so we got all these generate building info things. Oh no. So we're gonna create another one for regions and then also recipes. Okay, so item stuff is good. Building stuff is good. So regions will be kind of the same thing with tags and stuff. Got my points worth, yeah. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, cheese time is fun. So this will be generate region info. Okay. Hey, thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you so much. So we run get item data. That's going to be on our ID. So item data is equal to that. Okay. Starground is in Dutch because I want to learn the language. Yeah. That's cool. That'd actually be an interesting way of learning languages, of just playing games with different languages on. That would be interesting, yeah. It's probably not a bad way to learn, especially if it's like a game that you've already played a lot, you know? Oh, this isn't get item data. I need to say gold.region table.get ID. If not region data, return. Return data. Okay. So data.name is going to be region data.name. This is region data.description. It's not going to use fuel. Won't really do any of that yet. We'll figure that out. That's how you learned English? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad way of going about it, I think. Like, I bet if I tried to play a game in Spanish or something, I probably know or, like, remember enough to kind of generally understand what's happening, you know? Oh, that has to... Right, but then, like, my brain would slowly start to fill in the gaps of what things mean. See the Minecraft updated? Yeah, I saw that new update. It's with the funny gas guys. Minecraft gas update. What is it called? Whatever, we'll find it. It's probably on the Minecraft news. Chase the skies, yeah. I know it's just the ghasts. Is there anything else, or is that it? Okay, the player locator bar thing, which seems odd. Oh yeah, vibrant visuals. I do want to take a look at this. It's in Java, right? No. Minecraft Bedrock devices. So we're probably not going to get it for Java. Yeah. Oh well. Java's always cast to the side. What do they mean, infinite clouds? Doesn't look very infinite to me. Whatever. And then just garbage I don't care about. Yeah, there's like the new lead mechanics, which actually are really cool. Being able to, like, go from fence to fence with a lead is actually huge for building. I think you can at least, unless you can't. I don't know, we'll have to boot it up and mess around with it, you know. This is weird how this image is moving. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's some cool things. It is kind of a small update though, isn't it? It's like one mob and like some mechanics that are ever so slightly... Okay, Alexa. Vibrant visuals are way too orange. When you have yellow and orange wool next to each other, you can't spot the difference. Oh, really? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to take a look at it. But I don't know. Minecraft updates are always so disappointing to me sometimes. I mean, there's cool stuff, but it's just a drip feed, you know? Oh well. But it's whatever. I know they're spending more time on their marketing and Bedrock Marketplace stuff, so... Yeah, it's up to his meh. Yeah, I mean, it's just like one kind of cool thing, but that gets completely obsolete via Elytra. So... Maybe the only thing it's good for is like carrying other like mobs as pets. Like you can go find a panda or something and then bring it back to your house, but I've seen how fast the ghast is. It's so slow. I don't even know if that's worthwhile, you know? It'd probably be easier just to make a nether portal and bring animals back that way. Because having to fly like across your whole world on a happy ghast would like take you like a day. It would take forever. So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. That's always my thing, though, with these updates, right? Is that it's like, it's a gimmick. It's all just loading the game with gimmicks. Like, it's a fun little weird, quirky thing. But that's it. That's as far as it extends, you know? I just really wish Mojang would actually work on something with more substance. Quirky things are cool, and I do think games always need a balance of the little quirky side things in addition to the main game content, but... It is frustrating sometimes, though, when it's just like, here's a new mob that you can ride, and is completely useless once you get an Elytra. Oh, and it's also super slow, and doesn't really do a lot. And it doesn't have any drops either. It's just like, okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna add vibrant shader. Vibrant visuals are called shaders, that's true, yeah. There's really nothing in this update, yeah. I mean, it's just... Nothing in this update is necessarily bad, I would say, but it's just the fact that that's it. It's like if I did a major update for Starground, and I was just like... I don't know. What would that even, like, what would even be the equivalent? I added 2 weapon components, guys. Starground V15. The new weapon update. It's just like so underwhelming. I don't know. But, oh well. It is what it is. I wish Mojang would honestly just work. Yeah, 2 components in a scooter or something. Just like some crap, you know? Ugh. I really do wish Mojang would work on like a new game. I mean, Minecraft's cool and all. They never will, though. I mean, they're going to be working on Minecraft until probably the date of my death. But, oh well. Updates back in the day were crazy. Been playing for so long now, and I feel like each update's getting worse. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the game isn't necessarily worse or anything. It's just the standard for what updates are is so low now. Like, I remember, like, oh my god, I remember, like, the freaking update that added hoppers and stuff. Like, stuff that actually makes a meaningful impact on the game. I mean, that was huge. Being able to, like, move items around with redstone is crazy. It opened up so many different things that we could do. Like, storage systems and... it's crazy. But they're never gonna do anything like that. Pretty much everything... I don't mean to rant about Minecraft forever, but... Pretty much everything that they add in modern time day is like, has no like, it's just little sprinkles on top of the cake. You know what I mean? It's just like basically it doesn't contribute anything other than just a little bit of visual flair. That's like what every new update feels like now. They're so afraid to touch stuff deeper down that actually changes the game more, which is disappointing. I mean, they finally did add auto crafters, and I will give them that. I do think that's a good addition. It's annoying. It's like, because I know that they can come up with good ideas and implement them, like the auto crafter and stuff, but it's just, I don't know. I don't know if it's Mojang or if it's Microsoft, like telling Mojang what they can and can't do. You know, I have no idea. So, I mean, yeah, obviously they didn't come up with the idea, but I'm just glad that they did it, though. I mean, auto crafters have been around since the beta days of Minecraft in mod form, you know, with like old industrial craft and stuff. So Mike here, welcome in. If you with your ground tiles, did you use terrains? Yeah, so I did use auto tiling, but I do it in a weird way because auto tiling can actually be really slow sometimes. So I'll show you what I did. So in the level generation script, I'll get back to Minecraft stuff in a minute. I have this terrain set here, and this is all of my tiles. So we have just a bunch of different variations of the regular square ones, and then all the variations of the different rotations and corners and bits. It's kind of awful to draw all these, but Zen did this one for me, which I very much appreciate. We made another one recently for the new planet we're working on. But so basically what I do is I don't auto tile the tiles in the center. So if we have something like this, I'll go around the edges here. I basically just run a quick little check and see like what's the outside. Is there neighboring tiles? If there isn't, then it's an outside tile, and then I only auto tile those. So it really saves a lot of performance, because before when I was auto tiling the centers of these tiles, it was super slow. Instead, what I use is just grab a random atlas of these different tiles here and just place one down. So did blob format? I don't know what blob format means, but probably. Yeah. But this is what it looks like once it's like placed down and stuff, you know. It works pretty well. I don't actually auto tile the ocean, just as another performance optimization, so. I think that they'll go in the same direction as Roblox. Yeah, that's probably what they're gonna do. I mean, yeah, right? That's exactly what they're already doing with Bedrock, so. Yeah. Oh well. There's other cool games to enjoy. How can that be slow? I mean, right? You'd think it wouldn't be, but it is. The auto tiling in Godot is just not optimized for some reason. So when you try and auto tile tiles in here, I don't know what it's doing, but it's just, it drastically increases the load times. I don't know why. So maybe it's just the sheer number of tiles it has to loop over or something to do the auto tiling. I really don't know. I'd have to dive into like the machine, like the engine code to really understand why it's slow, but it is. I mean, usually it's fine for a smaller map, you know, or if you're just loading it once or whatever. I mean, it's, you know, there's cases where it is totally fine, but for maps, like big, huge areas, it's just auto tiling is abysmally slow. So, but I think they're probably going to be working on that soon. I know that they're working on like tile maps with their 2D physics shapes merging together now, which is great. They should have done that a long time ago. So I know they are slowly chipping away and optimizing it, but I would make a pull request, but they don't really care about pull requests like that. Yeah. I mean, I get it from both sides. Honestly, tile stuff in Godot is meant to be like an all-purpose, like it works for the majority of games. So it's not always going to be the fastest or most optimized thing, but it's usually the most flexible, right? So yeah, I mean, I get it. There's a lot of important things to work on for Godot, and there's probably more pressing issues than just some minor performance impact on auto tiling, right? Well, it's not minor, it's pretty major, but you get the idea. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day I'd have to really dive into it. I don't know if I could even figure out how to optimize it, because I'm not super familiar with like C++ and how to optimize C++, but imagine it's the same kind of thing with GDScript, just reduce the number of things that you do. So I was looking at a tool script to generate the maps for Overworld at design time, but dungeons would be procedurally generated. Yeah. Sometimes you can put up with performance issue design time as long as it doesn't affect runtime. Yeah, right. That's kind of what I mean. Basically, that's what I do with the dungeons. The dungeons in Starground are all like prefabs, right? So they're all rooms that I've manually gone through and created, and then the game just kind of decides to randomly put them around. Obviously, randomizing what's inside of them though and stuff. So, but yeah. I mean, yeah, it's only slow because Starground has procedural terrain generation. It is what it is. I've found ways around it, so it's not a big deal. If I wasn't able to find a way around it, I'd be a little more angry, but... I don't care enough, though. Won't help my competition. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's fine. A big part of game development is just being able to like overcome stuff like that yourself. You know, find solutions, ways to like optimize and improve things. So, oh yeah, we're working on the I forgot. The recipe thing. So I want this to show a list of the ingredients that we need. Been working on a game engine for a couple weeks now. Oh yeah, that's sick. Man, yeah, I've never really tried to work on a game engine or anything. I imagine that would be really hard. But that's cool though. What language are you using to make it? Let's see. So this I'm gonna need to know the building ID and then also the recipe ID. Yeah. C#, looked at for Vulcan bindings. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, engine stuff is cool. I mean, it's being able to make your own engine is kind of awesome, but it can be hard though. It's definitely time consuming. I mean, imagine if I made an engine for Starground, we'd barely even be out of the very beginning alpha stages, you know? Some performance heavy stuff to make in C++. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's cool. It would be fun someday to try making an engine just for fun, but I don't know. That would be kind of hard. I have to make a compiler and stuff. I don't know. Recipe table .get. Okay, so that'll give me my recipe data. Then down here, data.name is recipe data, recipe description. I don't think recipes have a description. Do they have a name? Some of them do. So that should be okay. I can just say .get name and just make it an empty string if nothing was found. Same with description. Return nothing if not found. Okay. So hopefully this will work. Obviously we have to get what is part of the recipe and what building it's done in and stuff, but we'll work on that. All right. Let's save that. Now let's start filling all this stuff out. So if we go back to our info panel and do all this stuff in here. So yeah, we'll need to know what type it is. I think type gets set here, the format. Yeah, so we should be good. So now I'm just gonna add some checks in here. LF format is region. This one should be pretty easy. Generate region info. I guess we probably need to always clear ingredients now, regardless of the format. So let's just keep this relatively simple right now. We're probably going to use the building description stuff for this one. There's no ingredients on a region, so get rid of that. Hide the ingredients stuff. So if we have tags, set it to that. And then we already set the name right down here, so that should be good. Data tags. There should be no tags. Visible, and then set description. So let's give that a try. We should now be able to hover over like Tyria and stuff, and then it should work. We have to go set that up though inside of the item info thing. Yeah, just right in here. We say ID type, format building. So test 2 right here is format region. I don't know where I actually say, okay, just say right here, the ID, then the ID type, that'll work. So let's just save all that, and we should be good to go. Let's boot it up and try it out. So what I'm doing right now is I'm making it so we can hover over regions inside of like our research menu and stuff, and it shows, you know, shows the region data, the information about planets. And I think we might also integrate this same system over to our Star Launcher screen. Because that would be cool. Because I've never really liked how the little info panels worked in Starground for the regions, because it was like, it moved with the planet and stuff. It always just felt weird, and also it would scale depending on your zoom level. There's just kind of a lot of issues, but now that we have this new tooltip system, I think it's going to work a lot better for that. So if we go down to Tyria, oh, it crashed. Region data description. I guess not every region has a description. Actually, a lot of them don't have descriptions. Basically, none of them do. Okay, so I realized that the descriptions of these planets are not stored in here, but they should be. I think I just call it key planet Viridian. I would prefer to do it that way instead. Cloris Monument doesn't have a description? Oh, okay. I'll have to fix that, yeah. Yeah, it's called spaceship display. whatever. Okay, so in here, we're just gonna grab all these keys. It should be just, yeah, key, planet, Viridian. So back into the regions table. This is also good for modding. So key, planet, Viridian. Key, planet, Tyria. Opus. I might also spawn these buttons in too using the regions table. You'll see what I mean by that. Oops. Key planet Enceladus. Key planet Tephra. Key planet Space Hub. All right. So I think we're good to go now for this. Oh yeah, don't worry about that. And just in case there isn't one defined, obviously, let's go say .get description, right? They'll always have a name, but sometimes not a description. Okay. Let's give that a try. Yeah, I'm gonna do a pass one of these days and go through like all the keys in the game and make sure they're all in our translation table. So we will do that. Hopefully this works now. We'll see. Oh yeah. Sick. Why is that one like that? Is it because it doesn't have any created in? Yeah. So we need to set a minimum size for these always. As you can see, that one's stupid. So let's go do that. I think we can just go into info panel and just like say minimum size for the whole thing is like a set number. Just make it like... Well, I don't really want that to be... I'll just set a minimum size for the name, probably. Minimum size for this will be like 20. Then that should fix this issue in here. Okay, a little larger than that. Little more. 80? I realize it's because this is grabbing... Like, it shouldn't appear if there's no info about it. Right? But whatever. So the region one's working, and now we can integrate that over into here. Right? So it'll just immediately show the little info panel when you hover over a planet. And then I'll probably make the selection process of it, like when you click on it, it'll sound more epic. Maybe do like a little animation thing or something, instead of how it is now. So let's go work on that. Yeah, Adagon, you got little bees. Yeah. That song does go pretty hard. Thanks again for sending it to me. Okay, so let's go into... I have to go into all of our planets. Should be in here. Planet button, star launcher button. So this is where it'll do all the stuff in here. And I'm pretty sure it spawns in that little scene. Yeah, this planet info thing. So we can get rid of that. I'm tired of it, honestly. Let me just go bop. Now we don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay. I think everything else in here is probably good. So yeah, now it's pretty easy. I mean, we just say in here on GUI input, you know, we select the planet. So highlight, that's gonna make, let's see, info bar at name label. I really shouldn't mention info bar anymore. Yeah, like this stuff here. Get rid of all that. Select square. I do want to show select square. Let's just destroy any reference to info bar. Get rid of that one. But it's fine to settle the scale stuff, you know. And all that stuff can go away now. Okay, so this is on mouse entered. This is where we can go ahead and do our thing. So we just say highlight. Let's just call that function then. Well, honestly, we don't even need this. I mean, do we call highlight anywhere else? Well, I guess we do. So as long as we're in game, set the scale. And then let's also say, right, global dot, tooltip dot set info. So it's going to be our ID, which is region ID, and then global dot tooltip dot set, oops, dot format dot region. Okay. And we also have to say like global.tooltip.hide all false. And then on mouse exited or on highlight, we say true or whatever. Okay. Well, let's give this a try. I don't know. Should work, hopefully. Hopefully the children objects aren't accessing that info panel thing. I don't think they are, but we'll have to confirm that in just a moment. The game may immediately crash. No, we're okay. Can't click on those, good. Oh yeah. Check that out, guys. That's actually pretty nice. And see, it works with like the zooming, right? It's not gonna mess it up anymore. Now, obviously it's not showing the name, so we have to go do that. Just go into wherever we were. Whatever, we'll go back here. We also have to say global.tooltip.show name is true. There we go. Now it shows the names. Check it out, guys. So this is great because now we can also have tags associated with these planets. There's also some weird things here. I really shouldn't use GUI input for the mouse entered stuff. I don't know why it works like that. So let's go fix that. Right, because I don't know what I'm doing here or why I have it set that way. It just seems odd. Mouse exited. I do say hide all again. But I don't unselect it. I think that's the issue. Yeah, it's just odd. Let's fix it. So Fluffy Cat, welcome in. Game looks really nice. Well, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're currently just doing some tooltip stuff. So like when you hover over these planets, it shows info about them. Just kind of working on that right now, but it's coming along. I just have to fix a couple weird bugs where like if I move the camera over, it still has everything visible. It's just odd. So let's work on that. Oh, I'm getting tired of having to go back in here. Okay, let's just go find it. It's like called button something. Region button, Star Launcher button. Okay. So what is GUI input used for? It is for checking if I've clicked. And then also unselecting if I, okay. So on unhighlight, let's see where that's being called. On mouse exited, it should call unhighlight. And as long as we're in the game, it should say hide all. So it's interesting that that's not being called though. Right? If I print something here, let's just go and check and see. Looks a little bit like Factorio. Yeah, it's definitely a big inspiration for the game and how the automation works and stuff. So that's interesting. It looks like it only checks for more GUI input if you move your mouse again after it exits, and it's the same when if you move the camera in, it doesn't check for input stuff until you move your mouse. So that's kind of odd. Is there a way that we can fix that? Does anybody know? Because it really should be doing that as soon as the mouse goes on top, not like after. Right? Because it's not showing. It's very odd. So I wonder... I guess mouse entered and exited probably only checks when... So the issue is when I move the camera to move the mouse onto the control node, mouse entered or exited does not get called. So like doing this, mouse entered is not being called. And same if I hover over it and then move the camera like this, mouse exited does not get called. Right? So it's really strange. I'm not sure what's going on here. What is this? Select square? Pretty sure I'm setting that though. I'm doing it right here. I probably just need to restart the game. Now I can see there's some of the fix in the docs. Usually roll my own mouse handling system since I don't like some of the Godot behaviors. That's fair, yeah. Yeah, I can look it up though. Godot mouse entered not called when camera moves. Oh, I mean, I guess I could do that. Yeah, I could just basically fake a mouse event so that it like updates. I mean, it's odd, you know, but that is kind of an easy fix, I feel like. Let's just go try it really quick. So I'll just say whenever our input vector is not, right, if Let's just check this. Input is that. If input is not equal to vector 2.0, then I just create a mouse event. The position is the mouse position, and then just parse the event. Let's try that. That's an interesting solution. I think it'll work. Also, this keeps complaining that it can't find... What? The planet controller is null? Oh, did I accidentally lose reference to the planet parent in one of these? No? I don't know, let's just restart the game. Okay, so... This is closed now, huh? Oh, but is this one opened? Yeah. So it looks like it is a real bug. Unless it's just, yeah, this. I'm mixing different coordinate spaces. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, if this fixes my issue, if it's just having to manually, like, create a input event, then it should be fine. Because it shouldn't matter. It's just going to, like, pretend that there's an input event happening. It's not actually going to, like, do it. So. Oh. It does kind of work, though. Although it seems like it's not doing it in the right position, as you can see. So let's figure out what position that needs to happen in. So position, maybe we just say get global mouse position instead. Let's try that. That doesn't seem to work. I wonder what coordinate we need to use. Should I just use warp mouse? Right, and just say input dot warp mouse to our position. Maybe just try that. Oh. Where did my mouse go? Oh, it like disappeared now. Okay, so that doesn't work. I think I need to get my mouse position relative to not the camera node. So probably say get parent dot get global mouse position. Try that. Okay, so I can't call it from there. Maybe I can call it from the canvas layer. Okay, global mouse position doesn't exist. How do I get the mouse position then? I don't really want to move the mouse around, honestly. But that one doesn't work. Before they used this one, get mouse position. Using the coordinate of a viewport. Maybe it's because that's the sub viewport. I need to grab it from like the top level viewport. I'll just do that. Still seems to be quite janky. I don't know I'm gonna solve that. Also, this is still saying that it's null. I don't know what's happening with this. Because down here, select square, I'm loading it. Instantiating it. So it shouldn't be null anymore. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. I am adding it as a child. It's kind of odd. Maybe I just need to do it after those signals are set up? Or before those signals are set up? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Let's just do it right there. Hopefully that'll fix it. And now it's gonna crash out. Okay. What is going on? It can't... It's not grabbing. It just says... Planet controller is null, and then also... Our select square is null somehow. It doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Because we have this selector thing. This is a scene that we have. And I'm saying select square right here. Odd. Zaratza, welcome in. Sorry, we just got hit with ads. I can just maybe do that and then say after that it's that. Or not planet data, select square. I don't know, this is quite puzzling, guys. Okay, now it's just... Set node to be not visible. What's going on? How is that becoming null? Right? Am I, doing something wrong? Doesn't make any sense. I don't know. This is definitely odd. Why would it be becoming null? Child lock icon. That's also null? What's going on, guys? Select square. I have no idea how this would be becoming null unless I'm accessing this somewhere else and like setting it to null. Let's just check everywhere I mention. I mean, this is the only place I mention it, so what is going on, guys? Let's relaunch the game again. So welcome back from the ads, everybody. Sorry about that. Yeah, rats, I meant to respond back. But yeah, Brotato's made in Godot. Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's a lot of games that you don't realize is actually made in Godot like that, but yeah. I've never actually played Brotato, but it seems pretty cool. Man, this is a weird... I don't know why this is doing this right now. It's like deleting this square indicator thing for some reason. I'm still able to hover over it. But then I click. Okay, well now it's saying that select square at least is valid. I think. But it's just complaining planet controller is now invalid. Which is also frustrating because... Why? I mean, all of these in here have... Right, anything inside of this group, which is the planet click group, has this reference to planet controller. So invalid assignment of property key planet, right there, with value of type null on a base object of type null, apparently. Even though I have an export variable referencing that planet controller right there. Unless this is happening before ready has been like set up properly. But that doesn't make any sense, because obviously it's not. Unless there's a planet in here that's missing it. But I'm not seeing it. Even that one has a reference to it. What is going on? I've been hooked on it the past few days instead of, you know, personal development. Yeah. That's me in Factorio. Sometimes I'll just play Factorio for days. Man, this is puzzling. So it's being called on this call group, planet click, reset. So basically what that's saying is just make all the other planets unselected. It's going to say selected as false. That's not visible anymore. And that shouldn't be the active planet anymore. So odd. Because we have this set up with this planet parent thing. It just has a value in here of our planet. And then whenever these are clicked... Oops. Huh. Why would that happen? Planet controller.planet is null. Invalid assignment of property planet on planet controller, which is null apparently. But it has an I don't understand what's happening, guys. So it's not null, planet controller, because it has a reference to the object here. Okay, what? But then once it calls reset, it doesn't anymore. Which does not make sense. Unless it's because it's calling that before the other planets are initiated or whatever. Well, maybe we just do that where we... Am I connecting it up here? GUI input? Yeah. I say if in game. Maybe we just await a get tree dot process frame just to give everything time to like
photo cutting tree. Elf, wow, look at you, killing the only sentient thing. Dwarf, shut up, you pointy-eared leaf lover, you suck. Elf, literally rent-free.
Yeah. Dwarf Fortress moment. Are there other species in Dwarf Fortress? Like, is there elves and stuff? There is, right? Also, new Jank, what's going on? Welcome in. How's it? It's going. We're having some weird bugs. I'll show you what we're working on. Yeah, humans, elves, goblins, sick. I need to play more of that eventually. So I'm working on this little, we added this new like little tooltip thing when you hover over certain buildings and items, just to glean some stats from them, like before you unlock them and stuff. So now in like the research menu, if you just hover over these buildings, you can see what they're all about. So it's really helpful for people that don't know what these buildings are already, because you can just go to a new research you're thinking about grabbing, like terrain manipulation, and then just hover over it and see what it's all about, right? So I can just hover over land tile, or like, you know, and it just tells me what is this thing, you know, or the space elevator. Transfers items between planets, cool, you know? So. And it's working good, except for some reason we're having some weird issues with our, like, you know, in here. When I click on stuff, it just says, I don't know what's going on, but this keeps saying this planet controller reference is null. So the only thing I can think of in here is that there's some object somewhere that doesn't have this planet controller reference right here. So it's really odd. I don't know where that would be calling from though. Like what planet that is. Or what is self? It's Tyria? Yeah, and it shows that it doesn't have, but obviously it does. It's right here. Unless it's Tyria in the main menu. Let's go check on that. Because there are like those dummy planets in here. Maybe that's what's happening. Is it a part of that group? It is. That's probably what was happening. Okay. Well, hopefully that fixes the issue now. Let's restart the game. Yeah. Gonna post that on your blue sky? Yeah, do it up, my sheet. How's your game been going, New Jank? What are you up to these days? Oh yeah, I still had the console open. I restarted the public server because apparently it crashed. Okay, let's hope and pray that this doesn't break. Okay, we're good now. It was just that. It's stupid. It was just that we had the planet on the main menu was trying to activate, which doesn't really make any sense since it's, you know. Seems like sometimes this... The other issue we're trying to fix too is I feel like we're close, but it's a bug where when you move your camera around, it's not like, it doesn't register mouse entered and mouse exited signals. So I'm trying to simulate like a mouse event, but it's as you can see, it looks like it's just offset by a set number of pixels for some reason. So that's kind of odd. It's like right there. Why would it be offset like that? You know? Then also works if I just normally do it. It's really strange. We've got to figure that out too. That's the next step. It's going good. Sent a playtest build out to a few peeps yesterday. Nice. That's cool stuff. Yeah, just waiting to get feedback from them, start some system planning. Yeah, it's good. It's really good to get feedback like that as early as you can, so... It helps so much with me working on Starground, you know? Just being able to get all that info, like, really, really early on. So yeah, that's good. That'll be helpful. I think playtesting is so, people don't emphasize the importance of that enough. Like, I don't know, if you didn't playtest stuff, it would, it's just a huge gamble, right? Playtesting really helps, like, solidify that your game is actually fun, so that's super important. And a lot of people like to playtest. I also like to playtest because it's just fun. You get to play a game. So, it's really a win-win for everybody, honestly. Okay, so why is this being silly? So I'm creating a new mouse motion event, which is fine. I'm setting the position of the event, which looks like what values this has. So it's going to have screen relative. And this inherits from input event, which should have a position property, I think. Or if not that one, then it must be... it must be the input event action? There's one of these in here. Is it just input event... Is it input event? No, that's the one that we already looked at. Which one is it? It's probably input event mouse or something. Oh, right here. Yeah, position right there. So... Oh, you can set a global position on it. That might work. Let's give that a try. Oh. Okay, it's activating Opus right there, which is really weird. Now let's reference our global viewport. See if that's the proper position now. Nope, it's still somehow modifying Opus over here, which is really odd. Can canvas layer, like, grab mouse stuff? We have to figure that out. Well, maybe now that we have that, I can just say get global mouse position. Maybe. Let's try that. No, it's still grabbing Opus for some reason. Get local mouse position. Nope. So I don't think global position works. Maybe it's just because of where I'm parsing the input. Wouldn't really make any sense. I don't think I can do that. Don't think that matters. And local mouse position doesn't matter. As you can see, it's still activating Opus around here. Oh, unless it's not. Okay, it stopped doing that. And get global mouse position doesn't seem to matter either. Shoot. Wish I knew what it was trying to do. It's so odd. Okay. Well, it's not that either. What can we do here for this? I'll just constantly do this instead of checking if input's 0. Global mouse position. So returns the mouse position in the canvas layer that this canvas item is using. Or is in, using the coordinate system of the canvas layer. So is that the issue? It's just that it's not grabbing... Maybe what I need to do is just grab a node inside of our canvas layer and say get global mouse position on that one. Doesn't seem to matter though. Of course. This is so odd. And I can't seem to select anything anymore. Mouse event. Seemed like we were almost getting better luck when I said global position. I don't know, this is, this is odd. It just doesn't seem to be doing it right. It's probably because this is like a sub viewport and it's all weird, which is annoying. I could make the camera part of the canvas layer, but it's probably gonna cause issues, I imagine. Well, let's see what happens if I do that. No, it's just gonna be a disaster. Because then it also defeats the whole purpose of the camera. It won't be able to scroll across. Well, this is tricky, isn't it? See, it's just not... Well, let's go look for some different code, I guess. But that one issue did make sense. Maybe somebody else in here... There's this crazy drawing here. .draw GUI input. Okay, there's camera coordinates. So this has... I need to know where the mouse is, you know? Viewport.get mouse position. You'd think that would work, but... Get viewport.get mouse position. But I don't think that works, so... Doesn't seem to. Well, this is troubling, guys. Let's go back to this one. Yeah, apparently this is a Godot cheat sheet. It's just in this random GitHub issue here. But it has a, I mean, yeah, I can, welcome to take a screenshot of this if you want. It is pretty helpful. I can move out of the way so you can read the text. Oh, and the chair is also in the way. There you go. Alright. But it's kind of helpful for just knowing where all the different, like, coordinates are. I'm trying to figure out, though, like, which one I should use here, then. There is display server.mouseGetPosition, so maybe we try that one. But I don't think that's what I want. I have no idea. Obviously, it's not working. So that doesn't work. So, hey, Patrick, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? What are we up to today on your stream? We are currently trying to figure out some weird mouse stuff. So it's a little bit of a nightmare. Input that gets mouse position. I didn't know that's a thing. That's not a thing, is it? Maybe that's from an older version of Godot or something. Interesting. Or unless it's just get mouse position. No, because you can only get local or global. So that's not anything. Not much. It's working on a top-down space shooter on Unreal. Nice. That's awesome. It's going. We're trying to figure out this thing where... So, to describe the problem, we added these new tooltip things for when you hover over different things in my game Starground. So, when you hover over, like, a planet, it shows some info about it and stuff, right? But the issue is that when you move with the keyboard and to move the camera around, it doesn't register mouse entered and exited signals. So you can see it just stays open until I move my mouse again manually. So it's kind of frustrating because I'm trying to figure out how to basically simulate a mouse motion event in here for when we are moving the camera, just so it's like knows that the mouse is actually changing position. But yeah, it's I'm having trouble figuring out how to get it at the right spot. It just doesn't seem to want to work. So you'd think this one would make sense. Viewport get mouse position. But it doesn't. I don't know what to do with this. I can't think of anything that'll make it work. So I might just have to accept defeat, maybe. I don't want to, but yeah, I'm just calling it every frame when I'm moving the camera. Just creating a new mouse motion event and then parsing the input right here just to simulate it happening. Just so it's telling this canvas that yes, I am moving the mouse when I'm moving the camera, right? But it doesn't seem to matter what kind of position I set on this. You know, you would think you would just say whatever, get viewport, and then get mouse position, but that doesn't work. So you can see when I move, it's not highlighting properly, and then sometimes it'll randomly highlight planets that are like far away when we're just out here in nowhere land. It's really odd. Yeah. I'm not sure what's happening. Like what coordinate I'm supposed to use on this, you know. It's frustrating. I'm trying to look through different GitHub things in here, but not finding anything so far. So side note, this art is very pleasing. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've done all the art in the game. A lot of this background stuff is actually a shader. Also, these planets are shaders. So this isn't actually my art, but this is my art. Well, I did create the shader, so I guess technically that's my art. But yeah. I didn't do the planet shader, though. That's one of the only assets in the game that I actually didn't make. I found this one randomly browsing around one day, and I was like, oh, that's kind of sick. I should use that, you know? Yeah, this is very strange. No idea what is going on here. Alright, so what's the game? It's called Starground. It's actually out in early access right now on Steam. It's sort of like a mashup between automation and dungeon crawling. You start on Viridian. This is the green planet here. You collect resources and kind of build up a little base. You can also go into the dungeons and battle enemies. And then there's a bunch of other planets you can go to and stuff. This is one of the new dungeons we added. Tefra. It's kind of like a desert planet. Yeah, it's been fun working on this game though. Right now we're just working on the next major update, V14, which has this new planet. This one called Opus. So the whole concept with this one is that you have to like build out your platform. So you just start with this tiny little area and you want to produce more platforms to expand it out. So yeah. I already had a wish listed. Nice, that's awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, what? Why are these visible? Oh, I don't think I made them hidden. It's kind of funny because that means I can place them down. It's so broken. You're not supposed to be able to put these here. Oh, and they're permanent, so I can't get rid of them now. Yikes. I just forgot to go into the buildings table. I've got to make sure that these are set as hidden. Oops. Yep, that is a mistake. All right, we should be okay now. So I'm Lowen, welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to? Come on, game. Let's see here. Well, let's keep trying to look through this GitHub issue. Mixing many different coordinate spaces. Okay, what is this? Mouse position root window? Maybe we try that one. This is a different coordinate. I don't know if that's gonna work, but mouse position root window. Yeah, it's not declared unless that's just a variable. Oh yeah, it is. So display server position minus root position? Maybe. We'll try that one. Let's see if it works. It works, guys. That was the secret. Alright, sick. So now when we move the camera around, it'll, like, behave properly with selecting the buildings or hovering over them. Right. Before it would just not do anything, so. And then the same, if we're already hovered over a building like this, and then we move the camera off of it, it'll register the mouse exited signal. So we are gaming. So what is this doing? We're getting the display server mouse position, which is like the absolute screen coordinates. Okay. And then I guess we're just offsetting it by root position. I imagine that's like the position of our window or something. So offsetting that, it's probably just giving us like the position of our mouse relative to like our game window. It's probably what it's doing. But I don't care, it works, so. All right. Well, we're good to go. Cool. It's nice to actually be able to fix problems. Thank you for the follow-up, Patrick. I appreciate it. Sick. All right, we are gaming now. Now we can select these freely and stuff. Awesome. Follow for your troubles. I appreciate it, yeah. Cool stuff. All right. Nice. So anyways, back to what we're kind of mainly actually doing. I have it set up in here so like all of these things. So the region in here that we unlock, Tyria, it still shows that same pop-up as it does in the Star Launcher here, right? Like that. So that works. There's a couple things in here that are odd. Like this cobalt and uranium, it's still showing that it has stuff, even though it doesn't. I've got to fix that. Because that's odd. And then we still have to fix the recipe stuff. So like these don't work yet. I'm off to get some food. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And yeah, have a good rest of your day / night. Okay, so let's go in here. This is gonna find the recipe. It's gonna return this. It's gonna be the recipe data. So in order to grab that same stuff down here, I'm gonna have to do that. So right here, we're gonna say ID type is format recipe. And it's gonna pass in that ID type and data ID. So the only issue here is it does pass in an ID, but we don't know what the building ID is, right? That's kind of an issue. Like we have the recipe ID, but I don't really want to have to do like a massive search through everything, but it might be the easiest way to do it. Let's kind of replicate our find recipe function. Let's just see if that even works, first off. So this is in set info, so down in here. LF format is equal to format.recipe. And we'll have that as a separate function down here. So we're going to say var recipe data is find recipe ID. So for building, let's see, recipe ID is equal to ID. So it's going to loop through all our building, then all of our buildings, all of our recipes. And then if it finds the right recipe, it'll return this. Okay. So hopefully this will work now. So if we're type recipe, we're going to go ahead and just do all this stuff in here. It'll set the name already. And this is where we're going to do kind of what we did in the buildings. We're going to generate... First off, let's just say empty is false. We're going to generate a list of ingredients. Probably. Yeah. Okay. So, let's see here. Not building data, recipe data. Dot. I guess that would actually be dot input. It'll loop through and create a list of all our ingredients. Let's see if that works. Something we also need to do up here is like with this, we need to make the ingredients separator visible. Which I guess we won't make the separator visible though. All right, let's try this out. I can't access recipe data because it is the recipe data. Let's fix that. Ooh, there we go. So it works. It's interesting. Our ingredients tab is a little small. Let's fix that on our info panel and make it the same size as the description and stuff and the tags. Because these are all set to a minimum of 168. Tags is 168. Ingredients should also be 168. Now it'll show that properly. All right. Well, there's that. So all of the things inside of the research table now works. There's still a couple things that are odd that I want to fix. Like for some reason on any item now it's showing stuff. Which is strange. It's probably because I have to say like show name has to be set back to false. That's probably what's happening. I kind of like it showing the name though. I don't really mind it. It makes sense here obviously not to show the name, but in the research it kind of, I don't know, it kind of feels like it makes sense. Right? I wonder if it shows that one. Let's see. So those have show name false. Yeah, it does. Okay, well, how do we fix that when it's broken? I guess we'll just check if anything else is visible. So empty, false, empty, false. It's probably just because I'm not checking if empty is false. Not on there, but on our item info thing in here for set info. I think I just have to say if right, set info if global.tooltip.empty, as long as it's not empty. I think that'll fix the issue. Just go find something that like doesn't have pop-ups. Whichever that would be. I have no idea. What, any of these? What was the item that was like showing errors? Oh yeah, like shovel was one. Okay, that fixes it. I'll probably add a description to the shovel now that we have this. Same with these. Just as a little thing of like, what does it do? Alright. Coolio. So, let's see here. What's next here? Let's go fix that one thing with the info panel, just to make this valid. Which is that it won't make this visible unless it's not empty. Okay. So that will fix that. I think we're pretty much good. The recipes are interesting because they show the ingredients, but they don't show the output. Why does that show foundry, right? That doesn't make any sense. Is it because there's no name? Could be. Let's go back into our mod API script. So recipe info, it's gonna say recipe info is anything. So name should be name and description should be description. Okay. So back in our info panel and recipe. Oh, I'm just calling find recipe. I'm not actually saying generate recipe data or whatever. Generate recipe info. ID and... Oh, the recipe ID? Well, I guess let's change how this finds it then. Let's move this in. We're just gonna do this instead. Recipe data. Recipe data will be equal to that. Welcome back, Oshik. How's it going? So that's not going to be passed there. We're just going to pass in recipe ID now. Or just ID. All right. And we can also have right in here recipe data now, which will just be null. But down here we can say data dot recipe data is equal to recipe data, just so we have that easily accessible now. Now back in our item info. So this we're gonna say data is generate recipe info or data. And now for I in data dot recipe data dot input. Okay. And I'm also just going to say down here, you know, if there is a description. So if data dot description, then it'll go ahead and set this stuff down here. So let's see what that looks like. Oh, it's not happy. Oh yeah, because of this. Set info. What do you mean there's no non-existent function set info? What do you mean there's no function idle? Okay, let's restart the game. Crush the soda can. Gone. I got it, guys. I got it in the recycle bin. Whoa, thank you for the hydrate. Yum, yum, yummy. Okay, so these are all good. Now if we go down to resource processing, yes, shows that stuff properly. And there's no description on those, but if there was, it would show the stuff there, so yeah. So it's obviously not setting the name, as you can see. So let's fix that. Is it because I'm saying var data? Oh, I see. Let's try this again. There we go. That's normal now. So my only gripe with the recipe stuff is it doesn't show the output. It would be nice if I had another section that was like produces whatever. And it would also be nice if I could have that little created in tag also. Yeah. So how would I get that tag? I'd have to return the building that it's found in, I guess. Which we can do. Well, I'll just add it to the tags. So right in here, I'll just have a temporary variable building ID. Or I guess found building ID. And then right here, if we find the recipe, we say found building ID is equal to building ID, and then also break on this. Okay, so now we know what the building is. So we should be able to do kind of what the item info one does, where it'll just say, oh, you're made in this one, you know. Now that does use the created in table, but it's fine. I mean, this is all we do right here. So just down in here, if found building ID, well, it will find a building ID if it finds anything else, so yeah. So we're just gonna say data.tags plus equals created in that, and then let's just do this. Oh, well, I see. Here, let's do this. Dot format. So we need a couple things created in, and then the building sprite resource path. So it's going to be that. That's going to be 1. Then we have 0 with a new line like that. Okay. So that'll show the building that it's created in. Unless I mean, it's only going to be one building ever. So I'll probably just do this. Where I just say created in and then an image of the building. So it's going to have tags now. That means we have to go back into our info panel and also make the tags visible. It's for building. It's the one for item. Does item also use tags? I'm pretty sure. It uses stats. Well, it's a little different with that one, I guess. Whatever. It's fine. Let's just copy the tags thing here. This is for recipe. Okay. Save that. Now in here, invalid access property key sprite. Interesting. I wonder how that's possible. That sprite is null, or that building is null. Because recipe data is not, right? Oh no, it is. Huh. And what is building ID? It doesn't show. Yeah, building ID doesn't seem to be found, which doesn't make any sense. Because it'll say right here, found building ID. I probably just need to restart the game. So hey, Desrazor, welcome in. I added another Discord post, giving the area as best as I could. It should calculate it correctly, but fully overlapped is 2 times the area of circle. Yeah. Okay. So I do actually have to mention that again. Let's see what function you ended up with. You did get the correct answer. So I actually found a formula that calculates it correctly. But I really appreciate it. Yeah, so P is tan -1. Yours might be a little more simple. Okay, so you have... So B would be 2 times circle area of distance is 0. Interesting. So I'll show you what I came up with. So this is the formula that I finally found somewhere online. It's this. This is where the magic happens. It's getting ACOS of this stuff and doing all this. But it seems to be working. But I do want to analyze the one that you came up with, just to compare here. So, okay, that's just defining your circles. That's nothing. So really let's see, A is the chord area, B is A plus it's the mirror B. Okay. So is B the, like, that's like the final answer, right? Yeah. Yeah. Because there's that times 2. So it's P, which is tan -1, T over S. So T is Y. No, Y is T. So let's see, what's T? So T is R squared minus S squared, and S is distance divided by 2. It seems like it might be kind of similar to what I have if you, like, simplify all the... Let's see. I'm just going to write it out given what you have written here, right? So first off, you have A times 2. A is P minus T times S. So that times 2. Yeah, I'm just using cosine instead of tan. Not the math again. It'll be over soon, don't worry. We already figured out the solution, so it's not gonna... Don't worry. I spent a lot of time last night researching different math forums and stuff, and finally found one that, like, made sense and would actually be able to, like, be put into stuff, so... Let's snooze that add. So T is, let's do P first. I have to open this on the other window or something. It's tan minus 1 times r squared T over S. And T is square root R2 minus S2. So that would be inserted into both of these. S is just distance over 2. And I'll put that in parentheses. So this is basically the formula written out. Obviously, this to the power of -1 stuff doesn't make sense. I think I can say A tan. Yeah. For that. And that's just for this one, right? S and T is the X and Y of the intersection point? Okay. Oh, so it's not the square root stuff? Okay. Did I ever tell you what I did to my ankle? I don't think so. What did you do? Okay, so T is not actually this then, is what you're saying. Okay, well if that's the case, then it's just X over Y right here. A tan. Like that. Times R2. I just pre-squared these things. So don't worry about that screaming yet. So that's P, and then it's just that minus X times Y. Is that it? And then times 2. Because that's pretty simple. That's probably more simple than the one that I ended up with. Let's figure this out here. So instead of this, let's just say constant X. It's not Y. Make sure I'm doing this right. So this is the formula here. Let me just make sure. So you have A tan X divided by Y times R squared minus X times Y, and then all of that times 2. Which then this would be in a parenthesis here. Oh, okay, so they are the distance point divided by 2, and then square root of R squared minus distance divided by 2 squared. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's just a different way to go about it. Yeah, just kind of using tan instead of cosine. Interesting. Well, I won't break it because mine seems to be working already, so. But that's interesting. I do appreciate you. Congratulations for figuring it out. I just found it from somebody else that already figured it out, so I didn't really do anything, but That's pretty cool. Yeah, because it should just be... That does make sense there for that value. That's exactly what I get from mine too, for the intersection between two 1 radius circles at 1 distance. Yeah. Awesome. Go is a decent exercise, yeah. No, I mean, it's a pretty helpful thing to actually know that, you know, that area in between, so. So yeah, that's cool. Well, thank you. I apologize. I feel bad now because I already solved it, but but I do really appreciate it either way. It's, you know, I appreciate the time spent. But yeah, I'm glad that we finally got that working. You got an avulsion fracture? What is that? Oh. So fragment tears away from the main mass of the bone. So it's just like a little chunk taken off and it like deattaches. Yeah, like that. Okay. Well, that's sucks. Sorry to hear that, Susan. How do they fix that? Do you have to get like a metal pin inserted into your bones? Or do they just surgically remove the chunk? Like, what do they do about that? Because I imagine in a case like this where it has a tendon attached, they probably have to like, yeah, put a big old pin inside of your bone. But I don't know. It wouldn't just naturally go back together. Like, it'd have to stay in place, you know? You'd probably get infections and stuff if you don't. I don't know. Server in translation sheet refers to a game server. Yeah, so that refers to like the server, as in like connecting to a multiplayer server online. It's mainly used right now for the you know when you first join a world and it says in chat like from server and they say hello, that's what that's going to be for. We will also add keys for like a server list and stuff in there, so be on the lookout for that. Zaravier, welcome in. How's it going? What is going on? Yeah, exactly that message, yeah. Basically just translating the server's username, so. Oh yeah, I did all the stuff. Let's see if it worked now. Doing well, nice, that's awesome. How's work on your game been going? Do we need to translate welcome? It's already translated, I believe. If you search, because I was searching through a lot of keys a couple days ago, I think. And I was looking for that one. I'm pretty sure that welcome is in there already. Slow and steady? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm just working on Starground right now. Oh yeah, we were getting this issue. Okay. Not again. Found building ID. I don't know what's up with this. It says invalid sprite. Recipe is slag processing. So it should be returning, I mean, you can see it gets the recipe data. Slag processing, I believe, should be returning the purifier. Building purifier. We have recipe water filtering, uranium pellet, slag processing right here. So it should be returning the found building, which is this one, the building purifier. It's very odd that it's not. Because right here we say we loop through every building in the recipe table for building ID. Oh, I'm saying equals, not equal. Okay. Just a little typo, guys. We're good. There we go. So now it shows where it was created in, which is nice. Anyways. Let's go back to our info panel. I realized the way that I do all the separators should probably change here. So, Alcomar, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So this should not be the name separator. This should be the ingredient separator. And like this one should be the tags separator. And this one should be the building separator. Or description separator. It makes more sense that way. So that each thing that has a value can become visible. So it also means that we can kind of clean our code up a little bit. So like down here, if we have tags, then that's where we, right, say make our tags visible, our tag separator visible. I don't know why that keeps turning into ingredient separator 2. And then our tags, yeah, tag separator. That just makes way more sense. All right. Let me read all these things. Akumar, what are we working on? I am working on this little info panel thing that pops up when you hover over different like items and buildings and stuff in my game Starground. Of course, we got hit with the ads. Oh well. My apologies. So let's hide that tags now. We can do the same exact thing with the description and showing that down here. So if data.description, then we say visible text and say data.description.visible. Or not that. The separator will be visible. Oops. Description separator dot visible. And just kind of do it on all these, you know. So we don't need to reference that or tags anymore, which is nice. Ingredients is still a little complicated. So we'll not mess with that right now. But that should help. Now, I'm considering making the items thing just the same format. Also, thank you, Connor, for the posture check. The items one is weird because, like, it's different. It has the little stat things on the left side. And then the description is on the right of that, so it's a little strange. I mean, I like it better, but it does mean that we have to check for these, like if it's an item. So down here, I just have to say if format is not an item, then do that. And also on this one, we say ingredients is visible and our ingredients separator as well. Now also it means down here, wherever we do name here, name label, name separator, we don't do that anymore. Yeah. This might cause a couple little minor issues, we'll see. Because for some things, it might kind of break it. We'll figure that out. Let's just comment that out for a second. Okay, so let's try showing these things again. Okay, it's not happy. Description separator apparently is not real. I probably have to restart the game. Okay, so one thing is that if we don't have the name, we will have to hide the top level separator. Right, so that's something that we need to take into account. So it should be pretty easy, though. I can just have a variable up here that's like var top separator is null. And then down here, whichever separator happens first, that's where it gets set. So, like, it sets the ingredient separator here, right? If not top separator is equal to... Or I guess we just say top separator is true. Oh, but we're going to have to hide the top separator, so we actually do need a reference to it. Like that. So anywhere where I'm setting separators to be visible, like that one right there. I set stats there. That one needs to be set. So I realize these are different separators, so I messed everything up. Okay, ads are over, guys. Sorry about that. So K-Mac, welcome in. How's it going? Did I get that posture check? Just in case I didn't, let's do it again. Yeah, welcome in. How are you doing today? Let's grab this one. Oops. This one. So now this is where we say if top separator, go ahead and say top separator.visible is false. Or that's only if we don't show the name, right? If show name, else elif top separator, yeah. Okay, so that should work, I think. Let's give this a try. Good, my man. Thanks for asking. How we doing? Pretty good. Just working on more on info panel things. Trying to get those kind of fully set up and ready to go before I start moving on to other stuff. But we're really close. We're right there. It's almost ready to go. So just got to fix a couple little weird quirks, and then we should be ready to go. So let's see, connect and check this out. Just want to make sure I'm doing this right. And then I can optimize the info panel thing and make it not stupid. But... Okay, so that looks good. All the separators are proper in their locations. That one's not good. I have to fix that one. Those ones are also not good. So it looks like it's good for buildings. Let's check recipes. Not good for those. So I think it's because description technically gets set on the recipe. So I should probably default that always to null or something. Right here it says that it's empty. Odd. Well, it shouldn't be making it display then. Let's just print data.description when we hover over this. Say it every time, but really impressed how far this has gone. I appreciate it, yeah. I'll get to your level one day. Nah, it's... Okay, so it is printing it. It must just be thinking that this is probably just an empty string. We have to say that is empty. If it's not empty. Like that, and that'll probably fix the issue. Didn't, which is odd. So what would that be down there? It says created in. That's our tags thing, or tag separator. That should be the description separator. Yeah, see, I just manually hit it now. And it seemed to fix it. Actually, it's probably just because... It's probably not even this. I think it's just because I'm not making it go invisible initially. Yeah. I have to make sure everything starts invisible. So ingredients, ingredient separator, tags, tag separator, description, description separator. Okay. There we go. Now that shows properly on recipes. Still broken on items. We'll fix that. Next thing is regions. Regions look good. So it's just a matter of fixing it on the items really quick. As we can see, it already works on the regular items in here. Should, like with the stats. What's an item that has a description and stats? Is there one of those? Actually, probably ranged weapons. Let's give myself like a spider marble. Okay, so that one does not work. So there's a couple of things we got to fix with the items. But we're getting there. So first thing is, yeah, this name label. Now I just use the ingredients separator, so I'll just mark that down here in items. So format is, that's if it's not an item. If it is an item right here. Kind of gets too complicated. I should probably just do this. So that works for that. And item is just kind of does everything completely separately, you know? Because it uses like a different layout for items. At least for now. I might change that later, but... So I'll just say if show name, and then that's where I set the ingredients separator. Visible is true. Okay. But I only want to do that if there is info or a description. But I guess it won't ever show up if it's... Yeah, so it should be okay. Now the next thing is our V separator thing here. Which is that if our description shows up, if we have info, then yeah, we want to say separator.visible is true. Which we do have that set. So I wonder why it didn't turn visible. Because, see, it should do that. I don't really want to set this top separator thing here anymore. Oh, that's probably what was happening, is that we were setting top separator, and so it was making it go invisible. Okay. Well, this should fix it now. There we go. Let's take a look at that. So it shows the tags right there, then the description. It should also work in here now. So that one's still a little funny. It still shows it's not making the... Oh, actually, those are only set once. But on these ones, you can see it's good. Yeah, looks like we're good to go. Okay, yeah, we just need to restart the game and everything should be working now. So let's make sure. Hopefully everything's working. Okay, let's check this. Let's see. Bingo. All right, we are on the right track, guys. It's working, so we're good. Cool. So I think that's pretty much all of these little tooltip things set up and ready to go. It shows up on every single like item or building that you can hover over now, which is nice. It'll just help a lot, I think, with this and like just helping people know what's going on. What do these things do, you know? And it's just great for these like especially automation stuff, being like, okay, where do I make land tiles, or where do I do these recipes, and it shows where it goes, right? So sick. All right, I have to leave for one moment. I can just show the BRB screen. I'll be back in 1 minute, guys, I promise. Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Oh, that old man is dead? What do you mean? What happened to him? Okay. It's based on a person that passed away. Well, I didn't know that. It's pretty, it's kind of morbid. Thought it was just a funny little guy dancing online. I didn't know it was okay. Alright, so where are we at? We got the building menu. That still looks correct. I'm not seeing any issues here. Items are still looking nice. So the show completed bug fix? Yeah, I fixed that. It was pretty easy to fix. It was just, it had to do with that optimization I did again, where I stopped processing things that are invisible. When a research goes invisible, it can't process and check if it's supposed to be hidden or not, based off of the show completed thing. So it's an easy fix. I just had to pull that bit of code outside of the on visible stuff, whatever. Yeah, I've fixed a lot of bugs like that already. There's a couple things down here I fixed. So Vid2, welcome in. Nice game. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's coming along. Just grinding out more content for release whenever that's happening. Maybe end of the year? I don't know. Can't you connect a signal to check if it's completed? I can, but it gets tricky with multiplayer stuff, right? Because it's asynchronous, so it's basically easier for me to just run a little process check and see. It's better that way. Sometimes there's things like that that's just, it's so complicated to make signals work with multiplayer, you might as well just check the process. I mean, really, it's not that laggy or anything. And the thing too, that optimization I did, I made it so I only checked if these buttons are even visible. So they have no performance impact whenever you're not in a menu. So it's kind of okay, I think. If somebody ever runs into performance issues with it, we can revisit that and find a way to optimize it more, but I tend to only try and optimize things that actually need it, you know? Otherwise I'm going to be spending a million years fixing things that don't need to be changed, so. Because I could do that for, you know, if I tried to optimize little stuff like that, I'd never finish Starground. I'd never even finish an update, let alone the entire game, so. Alright, so what do we want to work on next? I mean, we got it's done. We got it for recipe and region. And it even works inside of the Star Launcher too now, which is nice, right? It shows up like that. I'll still have to make sure that, like, this stuff works with controller and all that. The only unfortunate thing with this stuff is, obviously you can't, hover over this stuff on controller, right? That's kind of the only downside to having like tooltips like this. It still works with something like this where you can actually select on the item, but I mean, I figured like, obviously I'm going to support controller, but sometimes there are things like that just, it's really hard to make work with controller, you know? And sometimes I've just got to accept that. I don't think there's an easy way to make this stuff pop up. I could allow people to like move the thing over and select these elements and stuff, but it can get kind of complicated, so. Did you make the focus in the building menu go to the select category? Oh, you're just talking about the focus. Yeah. I can easily do that then. Let's go do that. So let's go work on that, wherever that happens. So that's creating all the buttons. That's set building. This is just for changing the categories, so. Basically, if our node is visible, this is where we do it on our change highlight thing. So on visibility changed right here. Oh yeah, instead of that, we just say if node.visible, then grab focus. And that should fix that. Although it doesn't seem to be working. Like with that one, it doesn't work. Let's figure that out. Or, whoops, it's not in there. So if node.visible. I'm not recreating those things every time. So hide tabs, it's gonna say hide all the tabs. And then on press, no.visible is true. I guess we could just say like, await get tree dot process frame. I hate to do that, but let's see if it works. Doesn't seem to be re-grabbing focus, which is interesting. Nothing seems to be re-grabbing focus, so I don't know what's happening. Let's, what was it right before I made that change? If get index is 0, then I grab focus. Maybe if I just say if no dot visible in tree, grab focus. It still doesn't work. I don't know what's happening. Unless I'm like releasing focus somewhere in here, but I'm not. What is going on here? Is it running this? Let's just check. Okay, so it's definitely running that. Also, it's saying that it's like, I have to say if visible in tree. Then say if our child node or our attached node is visible in tree. See, it's weird because like, well, maybe there's another way I can check for that instead of checking if that's visible. Let's just check if, like right here on change highlight. Let's just try that. There we go. I don't know why my code was stupid before. Alright, I fixed it, Oshik. Fix an issue where the highlighted button in the build menu was not saved properly after closing the menu. Yeah. That does help, like, just visually be like, oh yeah, that's the menu I'm on. I have always noticed that where I'm like, that's a little odd and annoying, you know? But there you go. Well, I don't even call change highlight, do I? So I should just get rid of change highlight. Unless I do that somewhere. Recipe group button. Oh, it's the same code. I have to fix it there too. Group button. Dot change highlight. Okay, I do it. That's fine. Just do that. Instead of creating a signal like that, I can just get rid of that. And for visibility change, just straight up connect it to change highlight. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, signals. Let me just click you, pick, change, highlight, connect. There we go. Ah, you know what? It's annoying though. Disconnect it. Function ready. Dot connect, change, highlight. Can't take it anymore. Okay. Sometimes it's annoying to deal with all these down in here. I'll do the same thing also with onPressed. Just because why not? And now I can disconnect all these signals. Why did my headphones turn off? Okay. I can't set signals on individuals until I do that. Okay. Now these buttons are doing a-okay. Let's just make sure that they're all working properly and stuff, since I broke them all. Looking good. And then also on like the crafting, the recipe thing, is that also odd? It is. See, it doesn't focus on it for some reason. So I need to fix that. Probably. Well, but no, because I don't necessarily want the focus to be on those buttons. Because, like, on controller, you're going to be focusing on these down here. So I think it's fine where it's at. Okay. That's fixed now. Also don't like how this scroll bar takes up. That's probably why I had that little bit of space there. That would make sense now. Well, maybe we should add that back in. So let's go back to our building menu. We're already in here. So maybe we shave off 8 pixels here. Like that. It seems to mostly do it. Shave off a couple more. Even a couple more. Even a couple more. There we go. Now it's got space over there. Okay. So that's gone down 188. Let's see, what's the difference between these two so I can figure out the other ones. It's going to be a difference of 14 pixels. So now I've got to go through here and fix all that. On all these. There we go. And that should be fine on all these now. Alright, cool. So I want to make sure I leave that gap there. Yeah, maybe it's a little weird here, but you don't really notice it, honestly. It's better to have this not covering the buttons, so... Ooh. Alright. Cool. We are getting there. So you wanted that other tab, by the way, Oshik, right? You were talking about the animal husbandry tab. Which I think could be nice. I do want to separate that stuff out. Let's just go copy one of those icons. Farming icon. What's an iconic farming icon? Food category in the purifier doesn't have an icon? In the purifier. Does the purifier have a food category? I don't think it does. Oh, the grinder. I can go fix that, yeah. I would like a system to kind of automatically decide what the icon should be. I'll probably just make a function in mod API that, like, that's just called, like, grab tab icon or something. Let's see. We could do like a barn icon, but I don't want it to be too similar to the house or like the decoration icon. That's the issue, because it will be kind of similar. Maybe we just make it look like a little soil thing. Oops. You know? Something like that. Well, I don't really like the shape and stuff of it. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Might need more vertical space. Because I want it to go up like that. I don't know how I feel about this icon. I mean, it's not terrible, but does it really look like a plant? No. Maybe a tractor. I just hope that a tractor is a universal icon, though. I mean, everybody knows what a tractor is, right? Tractor, guys. No, this isn't gonna work either. Yeah, right. It's too easy to confuse with a different type of vehicle. A wheelbarrow. A wheelbarrow. What about that? But that could also be, like, confused for, like, construction, so I don't want to do that. Never mind. What am I gonna do? Hoe? That could maybe work. Scythe? Yeah. I feel like a scythe is a pretty iconic symbol. Probably. Or maybe we just do like 2 tools, so we have like the scythe, and then on the other side we have the hoe, you know? Over here. Like that. Obviously I need to clean it up and stuff, but you get the idea. I know, that's, well, we can make it look more like a scythe, but it might be a little confusing. It's really hard to do iconography like this sometimes. Especially when I have such a small area to work with too, right? That's our other constraint here. Yeah, it'll be too difficult to tell if it's actually like a hoe or a shovel or what. No, it won't work. I think a scythe looks too much like a pickaxe, so I don't think that works. Maybe back to the plant idea, but just maybe with 2 leaves instead would look a little better. Maybe if I make it look more like a little bit like a mound. Where we have 1 leaf over here and then another over there. That'll probably work. I mean, it looks like a farming icon to me. But again, the issue is, does it look like that to everybody on Earth? That's better. So this should be moved over to the left. Oh yeah, no, this isn't for food. For food, yeah, I'd probably do like a fork and a plate or something, but... well, actually, I do have a food icon already in the game. I forget what it looks like. What did I make that one look like? For food, there's a lot of... Yeah, was it just an apple or something? Let me go look at that. But that also makes sense because apples are in Starground, so like having that as an icon that already exists in the game makes sense. Icon should be right here. There is none. Did I never do a food icon? I do have icon plant, which I actually forgot about. I might not have done a food icon. I thought I did. Let me just search in the files for food. Dementia. Yeah, there's no food icon. Oh yeah, watering can is also a classic. Maybe that's the reason Grinder doesn't have an icon for food. I think it is. I think that's why. Yeah, watering can also works pretty well too. I actually like this icon better for the plant icon, so I think I'm gonna resave it. I've never really liked the old plant one, but this one looks better. Okay. So we could do a watering icon, watering can icon. That would probably work pretty well, I think. Yeah. So watering can, pretty simple. Just make a box. And cut off the edges so we have space for the other parts. We'll need a handle. There's also a handle over here. Like a little shorter handle, like that. And we need to squeeze in one of these. So this is too big. Let's shrink this. How does watering can work? They're usually kind of low, aren't they? Or like that, at least. And also, it's because this needs to be angled. Kind of. It's going to be hard to fit it in this space, because I don't really have a lot to work with. Just looks like a guy waving hi. Maybe if I did like... I feel like that's the only way it's gonna work. I mean, it kind of works, but the issue with the watering can is that it's very, like, it doesn't fit in a square very well. This is hard. Maybe a rake could work. We'll do, like, one of those spiky rakes so it doesn't look like a broom. Yeah, I was also thinking pitchfork, but I don't want it to look like a fork, right? I don't want people to think that it's a food category. I mean, technically it is all about food, but, you know. Doesn't look like a rake at all. Things that have a lot of angles don't really look super great in pixel art. No, it looks too much like a broom. Or a trident, yeah. Well, yeah, but then I'm barely using any of our space, right? If it's just straight up and down. I try to use the whole square so it's easy to see. I mean, a tree could maybe work, yeah. But that could also be, I think, confused with decorations, because that's a typical icon for, like, decorations. Ugh. Let's see what a pitchfork would look like. See, I think that'll also just kind of look like a food icon or something, right? But let's see. No, it just looks like a fork. Like it's a food category. Ah! That's ChatGPT make a watering can as horrible. Yeah. What else could work? Okay. Let's just restart. Farming icon. I mean, we could do shovel. Or just a hoe. We could do cow, but my only gripe with a cow is that that's like a earth animal, which, you know. We could try this icon with like the little barn and the silo, because that's, to me, screams farming icon. I can't imagine that being confused with anything else, you know. I know Guy isn't seeing the building menu, but it's just like I want to be I want to have like a cannon, you know, whatever. And the way to make it look like a barn versus a house is just to have a wide door, I think. Maybe we do that so I can like... Sometimes I do anti-alias these icons, so I might do that. This will probably work. I might lift up the barn a little bit. Oh yeah, the door could be negative space. I forgot about that. Also, I probably want to do that here with the silo. Like that. I know, it's hard, isn't it? Yeah, icons can be really tricky sometimes because it's just... You've got to pack so much into such a little space, you know? Window could be negative space. It might be too big, though. Because I'd have to do like that. Are you saying just make the barn white? But then you can't tell the roof apart from the window, so... No, I think it's okay keeping that like that. I think that's a decent icon. Some of the things you kind of look out for with icon stuff is like... It's got to be, oops, I messed that up. Readable at small sizes like that. And it's also got to be just easy to tell what it is. Could also do like some stripes on the silo. But nah, it's good not to overcomplicate it. Let's see what it looks like in game. And let's go ahead and create a new tab for it and everything. I'll just put it underneath the power tab. Oops, farming tab. Now in here, we're gonna get nodal tab. Building category. Okay, that's just that. So we have to create a button up here. Let's go select our farming icon. And we can change it if we can come up with a better idea. But I think this one will work. So that should be good to go. It'll show up in here now. Does look a little different from the other icons, you know, and I think it's just because it uses a lot of empty space. I think we should make the silo solid. And maybe make this roof negative space, right? Kind of like that. Then make this solid. What's the issue here? Okay, it's that I'm cutting it to... Yeah, there we go. Oh, that actually has a white pixel, so we're good there. Yeah, I think that kind of like helps a little bit. Oh, like that? Yeah. I might go through and do a couple little anti-aliasing pixels and stuff. I love when I set the opacity and then it doesn't fricking set it. That's super cool. Maybe just keep that one as a solid pixel. I don't know. It's always hard. Icon stuff can be really tricky. But that looks nice. It just matches with the style of the other icons a little more. Because all these icons usually, it's like mostly solid white with black as kind of the accents, so... Or transparency, I guess. So I think that looks good. So they also have the farming tab, and also down in here, the tooltip will say farming. What script is this? I don't know. Okay, so now we should be able to go add these buildings into those tabs. If we go to our buildings table, go to the farm plot. Now it's in farming. The trough, farming, the... I guess I'll just put the fence in farming. I mean, I know it's not technically a farming exclusive building, but it in the description it says great way to keep animals contained, and that's kind of the whole idea behind it, so I'm just gonna do that. The harvester we can keep in there. I think that's pretty much everything. Let me go through and make sure there's no other farming specific buildings. Have the same idea? Yeah. I think that's it. None of these other buildings really fit there, so yeah. That'll help kind of organize the stuff a little bit. I did feel like the production tab was getting maybe a little full. So moving the farm plot and the harvester over I think will be nice for that. And it just kind of makes sense. It's nice to have that stuff like categorized based off the sort of like type of playstyle. So like your automation stuff is mainly in the production tab, and like logistics is kind of like a universal. Yeah, right, just not to confuse people. It's nice to separate it up. So I think this will be better. Come on, load the game. Yeah. Except I can't click anything, so I think something's broken. Oh, I'm stupid. I just connected it to the wrong signal. I love being stupid and dumb, guys. It's so cool. Yeah, I like it like this too, because then it's like this farming stuff isn't just tucked away inside like this massive ocean of different buildings in here. It's like you can just immediately be in here as soon as you pop into the game. It's like, oh yeah, farm plot? Let's it's like it, I don't know, frames it as this being like something that you can just start doing right off the bat. Because that's what I want it to be, right? Yeah, hopefully we can start to fill this out with some more stuff in here. It would be cool if I like spent a little bit more time on farming stuff. Also, I think it's because it's just not in the right group or something. Must be a reason why this isn't working. Change highlight. I click somewhere else and it doesn't change the highlight. So on pressed, we're going to run hide tabs. And then say our node is visible. I should run change highlight on all these too. It's probably because of right here. This is in crafting menu controller. Well, that's for like the crafting. So how do these even happen then? Oh. I also have to connect node.visibility changed, and then that'll work. Because it has to check for when its child node goes invisible. Yeah. Silly me. Give me 1 second here. All right. There we go. We are donezo. So I'll just mention that I did that. Added a building category for farming. Also in here, the info. Added an info panel to recipes and all that stuff. Farming and husbandry. Well, I'm probably not going to call it farming and husbandry because that's a really long name. I'm just going to refer to it mainly as farming. But it still does include husbandry and stuff, obviously. Basically, just stuff you would do on a farm. So, I mean, I can mention it. Sure. Okay. You know, I guess I could also move the oven over there. Doesn't that technically count as like a farming building because it's like food related? I don't know. What do you think about that? I feel like it would fit. I could probably do that. I've never liked anyways how it kind of like was confusing whether the oven or the furnace is the thing that smelts ores. But you don't think so? Okay. I mean, it's more confusing for other languages, that's true. Yeah. I don't know, an order now. Yeah. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I'd move over into there. Nothing really miscellaneous. Have I researched everything too? Yeah, I mean the other stuff wouldn't go in there. I think it's fine. I think that's in Spanish. You can check it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's just the same thing. Imagine I'm going to be adding more stuff in here eventually, so... Okay. That's done. What else is on our list of things? Option. We could work on this really quick, just get out of the way to disable bomb griefing, just so that, you know, that doesn't happen anymore. Okay, so let's go to... options. World options. World. Pesky ad. So this commands button, paste as sibling. Really, it's called the cheats button now. What do I call this? Explosion griefing. I guess that makes sense. Explosion griefing. Yeah, I'll just do that for any kind of explosion that can happen. Just disable that. Explosion griefing. Explosion griefing is toggled on. I just changed that for the cheats button. Let's frickin' go. Sick. Let's undo that. Okay. And this just has the same signals. Okay. So that'll turn on or off explosion griefing. So let's go to where we do all that stuff. Basically where we have cheats enabled. Or explosion griefing. Is true by default. So cheats enabled. Let's search for all those. Calculating. Yeah, it does some stuff in here. So I shouldn't worry about that one. Commands button. That's all good. So here's where we are resetting stuff. So I'm going to say global.explosion griefing is back to the default, which is true. And now this is one down here, which is getting whether cheats are enabled. I also want to set that here, just to allow people to put that in the server settings tab. I'm gonna get MISC, explosion, griefing. Why by default is that an empty string? Get value. Okay. I mean, am I doing it wrong or something? I don't think so. And then now in here in world data, I can also save that. Explosion, griefing, oops. Gotta make sure I'm spelling it right. How do I spell griefing? Yeah, that's how you spell it. It doesn't seem to be showing up. Maybe I just didn't save it, probably. There we go. We also have to do it where we save it also. Also, I think I set cheats enabled here. Yeah. This is like resetting everything on load. Then right here. So that'll be true by default. Ads are over, guys. Sorry about that. All right, so explosion griefing should be implemented now. So I'll probably still make explosions do damage just because that's like a functional thing. But I'll make it so they don't break anything, right? Like buildings and stuff. So now in here, we're gonna say this stuff. So if is breakable right here. And global dot explosion griefing. Into the nuclear bomb. Global explosion griefing. Alrighty. That should be all good to go now. See, I've been meaning to get around to that option. I just want to prevent, like, people from completely destroying servers and stuff, right? So, I'm probably going to have to relaunch the game. Yeah. Griefing world option. Included as a tag in dedicated servers. Okay. Disables bombs. Breaking buildings and terrain. Oh. Okay. So let's go test this out. I'm gonna give myself a hydrogen bomb. And I just want to make sure it doesn't break anything. So it should still kill people, which is fine, because bombs are kind of like a thing I want people to be able to use in dungeons, so I don't necessarily want to disable that part of it. But it can kind of suck if somebody... Okay. I forgot to turn the world option off. Let's... Okay, my bad, guys. Also on the tooltip on this, it shouldn't have anything. Well, I could do it, I guess. Alrighty. Let's try this again. Turn off explosion and griefing. Give me a hydrogen bomb. And launch it. Oops. There we go. Now it won't break all our stuff. Alright. Cool. Yeah, I just want to add that, like, because I imagine if you have a public server and stuff, you don't want people to break everything, so... I just figured that would probably be a good idea, especially now that we have the hydrogen bomb, too, that can, like, literally break everything. It's like... Should probably fix that. Why it disables all achievements instead of disables achievements? I don't know. Doesn't break but still lags. Yeah, it's just because it's running so many physics checks, but it's fine. I mean, does it... How bad does it lag? Is that... Is it lagging just because it's bad code? Probably. Let's test this and see. I wonder if it has to do with the particles or what. Let's see. So I'm getting like 30 FPS pretty stable. Yeah, it does really lag. I wonder why it lags so much. Well, let's dive into that code a little bit, because that seems wrong. Because it's not even doing that or that anymore. And I had to disable some achievements option, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like, that's like a, you know, there might be other commands that only disable some things or something, so, right, like, if I have an option or whatever that changes, like, that affects something specific, then I'll say disables the achievement of whatever. So we'll see. Okay, so why is this so freaking laggy? It's in the physics process now. Let's attempt disabling, like, not running any particles to see if that changes anything. See if it's a particle-related issue. I really doubt that it is, but you never know. We gotta eliminate our possibilities here. So let's launch it again and see if that changes anything. If it is particles, then it's a pretty easy fix. We just change it to a GPU particle, so. But my money's probably more on the physics checking. Yeah, it's not the particles. It's never the particles. It's probably just... It's gotta be something with a physics, is my guess. Or something. Because it's obviously, it like gets more laggy as time goes on. So I think it's like, it's not that. I think it just has to do with increasing the shape of this, the shape cast and stuff. I think it's because it's such an enormous shape cast. It's just really laggy. Yeah, right, like this max results thing is the number of intersections. So I should probably decrease that, and that might fix the issue. It's probably just because normally when you launch it, it won't detect that many. It's just gonna break everything, so it won't ever get up to 1,000. So as funny as it is, I think technically it runs faster when it breaks things. But this will probably fix that. So let's try it again. It's probably just because I had that set so incredibly high, but we'll see. Normally it's like a default like 32 or something, so. No, it's still really slow, even with that set like 10 times lower. Why is it so slow? Is it just because it's a big shape? I mean, target position's 0, so it's not going to do any, like, exclude parent. Well, let's just test and make sure that it's that. So if I disable that code to stop increasing the radius, is that also going to lag it? Let's see. No, so it's definitely the physics shape. Just increasing the size of it. So that's unfortunate. Because that's how this whole thing functions. Well, what do we do to solve that? This is a unique circle shape here, right? Local to scene, yeah. Shouldn't be shared with anything else. Let's make sure that that's not the problem. And I made that happen again, yeah. Yeah, it still just gets incredibly slow. I bet if I run the profiler, it'll probably show me in here, like, what's actually happening. So if I start it, give myself a bomb, and then go launch it. It's probably like that whole integrate forces thing or whatever that is, so... do you recheck all collision results every time you increase the radius? Oh, I missed it. It's okay. Got it in here, though. Okay, so let's see what's causing this. If it's like a script thing or if it's specifically a physics thing. Physics time definitely is high. Let's see. Down in the scripts. 16 milliseconds. But everything else is also really slow, so I think that's just a side effect of the physics getting slow. It's weird how that works, but... Yeah, I mean, what I'm doing is I'm looping through. One thing, though, here that I am checking is that if we've already hit it, it doesn't bother checking it for stuff, right? So that's an important thing to note. I do have a list of, like, things that have already been processed, so that should help optimize it a little bit at least. Unless there's a cleaner way I can do that. Isn't there something with a shapecast where you can exclude certain colliders from itself? Like an exclusion list? Exclude parent, margin, max results. I thought there was. Yeah, add exception. Doesn't that let me, yeah, so the shape does not report collisions. Let's actually just do that. So I can just say, say shapecast2d dot add exception, and then the node of our collision object, which should just be I. Just get rid of that hit stuff now. See if that changes it, because maybe it's just the fact that this array gets so huge or something. I don't know. If we have exceptions, then maybe the size of the collision shape won't matter too much. Let's find out. Hopefully it works. Man. I don't know why that was funny to me. This just went white and then game crash. Okay. So this is returning a dictionary. It's returning the... Let's just use the RID. So add exception RID, and then we can just say I.RID. Yeah. Why not? I guess keep that for just a second. That seems way faster, so that's probably going to fix our problems, but let's completely reload into everything and make sure. Because it might just have stopped processing altogether, and that's why it seemed faster. It was just broken. Let's try this out. But if this runs well, then we should be good. It's probably just the fact that it just was checking so many times, you know, processing all those collisions. Oops. Well, I always forget to disable the option. Okay, let's try this again. My bad, guys. It's still definitely laggy when you break buildings just because there's so many buildings being broken. So there's not really a whole lot that I can actually do about that. But I don't know, we can try and optimize that. Maybe just make the radius increase slower or something, you know, so it doesn't break so fast. There's ways we can get around that. There we go. That's definitely an improvement though. That didn't lag at all. So just excluding the RIDs, I mean, that fixes that issue. Now we also don't have to have this hit array, which just simplifies the whole thing too, which is nice, so. So yeah, that's nice. Let's also go ahead and do that on the bomb then, just to increase the performance of that. Unless I don't do that here. Oh, right, the bomb is different. It doesn't do it in a, like a spreading radius. It just does it once and it's done, so never mind. We're good on that. Okay, well, how can we make the braking faster? Because it is really laggy. It's just because there's so many buildings packed in here. I don't think there's an easy way to do it, is there? I mean, I can decrease the speed of it, right? I could decrease this a lot, like if we said 30 instead of 3 or something. That's basically saying it'll take 3 seconds to blow everything up in its radius. But if we gave it longer, we can see what the performance difference is like. Let's turn on explosion griefing. Normally that breaking stuff is never a problem, just because I'm breaking like one building at a time, so it doesn't impact anything. But this might... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we can really fix this. Let's see. Okay, well, obviously that runs better because it's so slow. It was so slow it couldn't even finish before the particles and sound stopped. So that's kind of a bust. I really shouldn't clear out this bomb that way, should I? Right, like this stuff, that's when I clear it. I mean, it's good to know when those are done, but I should also check and make sure the actual explosion is done too. So where'd I check for that stuff? Audio done, right here. Smoke done, audio done, and explosion done. Or I guess I can just check this. Is greater than equal to blast radius. So now we can set that to like 5 seconds, just a little slower. It's not that much slower, but I just want to see if that makes any kind of meaningful impact. Let's just do it over here in another item dense area. Get out! I mean, choking my own spit. It doesn't really matter if this is laggy. It's just a joke. It's like it's a funny little thing to do. It's not like people are actually going to do this. And maybe it being super laggy kind of makes it more impressive. Well, I upped it to 5 seconds. That's probably just a little faster than it was. Yeah, right? It does kind of almost feel like it should lag in a funny way. Where it's like an impact frame. You know, when you like hit an enemy, it's like the game pauses for a minute to like emphasize that impact. That's kind of like what it is with the bomb. It's like so intense and crazy. It's like lagging. I don't know. I wonder if you can destroy the visual first and defer the real destroying later. Yeah, I don't know. But the real destruction is the expensive part? I'm sure, yeah. It's just clearing all the nodes and stuff and dropping the items. It's probably dropping items the slowest part, actually, now that I think about it. Because what that's doing is every time you drop an item, it's instantiating a scene, right? If you destroyed something that didn't drop items, it probably wouldn't be that slow. So I bet that's what it is. But obviously I can't stop buildings from dropping items, so I guess the solution would be figuring out a way to spawn in items faster. I don't know. I mean, we could optimize our item scene. Decreasing the number of nodes would speed it up. Pickup. Does that ever get called? Call in to function with a timer to pick up is done. Okay, I don't have a static reference to it, so do I call pick up? I don't even use that at all, so why do I have that? That's interesting. So yeah, I mean, there's optimizations like that. Like, I can get rid of things that don't make any sense. I don't think I call pickup anywhere. Let's just search whole word. Play sound, pickup, that's just on the player. Yeah, I never use it. That's probably an artifact from an older time. So I think I can safely delete that. Yeah, I don't think I use that anywhere. Pre-allocate a bunch of various item drops and use them first and re-add to pre-allocate a list maybe. Well, the slowest thing with Godot, I've tried pooling stuff before, but I find that really add child is the slowest thing. It's just because it's running whatever's in ready, you know? So I don't know if pre-creating my item drops would really do anything. I think the biggest thing that's going to help is just decreasing the number of nodes and the number of things that items do on ready. You know? I think that's really all that really matters in here. Or I could like offset some of these processes in here until later, but well, there's not really much I can do though. Can pick up, collision, I need those. Is server. Start pickup. So that doesn't matter. They do have a process event, but it's not really the issue. It's mainly just going to be ready in here. Which it's creating a tween for transitioning the scale. That could, have a performance impact. But I doubt it's that much. But I guess when you get down to this kind of stuff, it, you know, does actually matter a lot. I don't use this timer anywhere else. So I should just say... just keep it one line. It does grab item data, and that's where it sets like the texture and all that stuff, and the collision stuff. I mean, honestly, the laggiest part is probably just the instantiation of our collision shape here or whatever. Or like initializing that in the physics system. But that's not something I can really control. Wonder if you get detect will be destroyed during the time of the bomb and start creating children, mark as invisible. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It kind of gets to a point where to actually optimize it, I would have to, like, significantly change my code for a scenario that won't even really ever happen, right? That's the big thing here. So, it's probably okay. I'm probably not going to spend too much time fixing this because it's not a big deal. Yeah, right. And I've got a bunch of other things that deserve the time to optimize way more, you know. Also, I don't know where this keeps happening. For some reason, it keeps saying remote, like resource. It's loading some resource that it can't load. File not found, nothing. I really don't know where that's happening. I wish I knew. Resource file not found. It doesn't tell me where. Well, I don't know. It's probably not a big deal. Where is that declared? It's declared in there, they're not used. Oh, because I guess it just grabs it. Nah, that's fine. Whatever. Still newbie on some of this, but would call deferred on the add child help. Really all that's gonna do is just delay the add child call until the end of the frame. So it'll still like happen technically on the same frame just after all the other stuff on that frame. So it's not really going to necessarily change performance or anything. Multi-threading or something would help, but it's really hard to integrate multi-threading in the first place. Not to mention that Starground is multiplayer, so that kind of that's, you know, it gets really complicated and tricky. I'd love to implement multi-threading someday, but, you know, that's gonna be kind of hard. I don't know about that. So does pickup now, like, I mean, I'd probably increase the speed of loading a little bit on items just because I deleted that unused audio player. I'm also just making sure that I can still pick up items and stuff. Yeah, we're good. Okay. I guess let's just try it one more time. I really doubt it's going to make that much of a difference for just one audio player node, but you never know. It adds up because we do have thousands of items here, so, you know, who knows? Maybe that is the difference. I doubt it. The other part of it too is just the actual buildings themselves breaking is also pretty slow because there's a lot of cleanup and stuff a lot of these buildings has to do. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm not going to optimize for things that aren't really ever going to happen, you know? I mean, yes, this does happen this one time with this bomb, but it's also just because we're lighting this bomb in the densest part of our factory with thousands and thousands of items. And I don't think most people are going to blow up their base in the first place, so I think it's okay. Most of the time, people are going to be launching these bombs in places like that you're not going to break everything. Like the space hub. Did the items possibly check the collision shapes touching each other? Yeah, they should not. On collision, I just have this one collision layer for items. Or, yeah, it doesn't mask with themselves, so it's just on 5. Yeah, blow up everything once a week. Oh, chic, the contrarian. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna spend my efforts optimizing things that actually should be optimized, that people are actually gonna do. So, like, people would more likely use the hydrogen bomb here. And since we've already optimized for that, then I think we're on the right track, right? Like, they're probably gonna blow up the space hub instead. Like, let's just wait for this and make sure it's not slow. Yeah, so see it... Oh, there's a little stutter there, but it wasn't that bad. I wonder what caused that stutter. It might have just been because it tried to break these buildings or something, but... It's fine, it's fine. It is significantly better than what it was, so that's still a good fix, you know? I mean... I do have griefing on, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That was just a random stutter. Say, well, thank you. Oops, I don't know what I just said. I was trying to say the name and thank you. Tannerus, if I'm saying that right. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's funny that these guys are just immortal. You can't kill me. I don't want people to be able to kill them, because then it would break the shops forever for everybody, so... Alright. That's good enough, I think. Well, at least I can mark that down as an optimization. Optimized the performance of nuclear and hydrogen bomb explosions when... Well, that's basically... It does also technically optimize the regular explosions a little bit. It's not that noticeable because the other thing is really laggy, but it does help. Sick. Well, we're almost out of time here, but one thing I'd like to do maybe is add in tags for these regions. I just want to try doing this. So let's go into our mod API script. And let's just see what we can do here. So regions, we're gonna add tags. Basically, we're just gonna say if region data dot get underwater tags or data dot tags plus equals underwater. And a new line. I just want to see what that looks like really quick. Yeah, we shouldn't have to restart the game to test these. Should just update live, I think. Come on. And another great thing about this too is I can also have a tag for what kind of area a region is. So we can have a little tag that says dungeon with a skull so that people know that it's dangerous. That's something that'll be really nice too with this new tooltip thing, is it's so easy to add little bits of information like that. I think it's going to help a lot. Okay. Yeah, so you can see Tyria now says underwater. So that's cool. I realized I didn't have to say plus. And there's a bunch of other things that we can include for different region tags. Let's just go look at the regions table. So we can include the type of atmosphere. Bunch of stuff here. Yeah, whether it's underwater is good. Whether it's the void, we'll have to figure that one out. Okay, so let's go back to this one. So if region data.get atmosphere, then we say data.tags plus equals, you can say like oxygen and atmosphere or whatever. Other chip, I don't think I can give you the tour today. That's okay. We can do it another time whenever you're free. So that gives me an ID. So if we have atmosphere, then I'm just gonna say var atmosphere item is data.get atmosphere. And now we can say I guess I'll have to make an atmosphere icon, which is fine. So we'll just say that format. So we'll have our icon, new line 0, which will be our atmosphere item. So atmosphere item is going to be, I'll call that atmosphere data. Region data get atmosphere mod, or wait, I'm in mod API. Get item data of that atmosphere. Now here I can say .name, and that should work. I will go ahead and translate this name like that. So if we don't have an atmosphere in here, then I'll just say else none. What is our default, like in regions, our atmosphere? Okay, it's oxygen by default. I think I'll actually say it's nothing by default. Well, I guess we don't have to say that then. It's just either the tag is there or it isn't. Oops. So we're gonna have to restart the game again. So, back into the regions table. So on all these, this will have... why does Viridia not have atmosphere? Atmosphere is Starground. Oxygen. Tyria, actually, I think I can use a different item, just say mineral water for the atmosphere. We'll try it. Opus, yeah, it already has hydrogen. And then all the dungeons, it's going to be oxygen. Tefra is oxygen. Space Hub is oxygen. Can it be normal water just for fun? Well, it doesn't make any sense. Because it'll grab that item out with the the atmosphere collector, so I don't want to... I mean, honestly, maybe we could do that as like a late game thing where you can grab oxygen through that method instead. It uses a lot of power, so it's kind of balanced, actually, if you think about it. I'm willing to do that. Just water. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, then all these should be set. Now we need to make an atmosphere icon, which I think is pretty straightforward. I think just a cloud. Right? Just something like that, honestly. Might do a little anti-aliasing or something. I guess we could do like some negative space in here or something. Where we do like, just let me delete, you know. But I don't actually like that. I think just a solid cloud is nice. PNG. Okay. Uses more power, but it's more compact. That's true, yeah. Because then you wouldn't need to use the purifiers and stuff if it's just straight up water. So I think it's balanced. And now that gemstones actually have a use, it's not like that big of a deal if you just grab water, so. Okay. So that has all oxygens back into here. So it'll show this little image, which will copy the same kind of code that we use over here. Okay, we don't give it a size, we just say image. So this is gonna need to be 0, or no, I know what this is. It's gonna be res sprites icon atmosphere .png. And then otherwise, if it's not found, then we're just gonna say right here, translate none. Okay. So that should show the atmosphere for every region now. Should show if it's underwater. And here we can do like the little water icon. And this actually needs to be translated, so let's make this a format. I don't know if we're translating the key underwater yet or not. We'll see. I'm gonna probably play through the game in a different language and just check all the things before we release, you know? Res, sprites, icon, water, I think. Just gonna make sure that's a real icon. Yeah, icon water. That should work. Okay. And the atmosphere. Is there any other tags and regions that we want to do? Oh yeah, duh, the type. So var region type is region data.get region type. Yeah, region type. So if region type is equal to mod ap, oops, region dot automation, then we do another thing. Alif, and that should be good enough. I think there's only 3 region types right now. Yeah, automation space and dungeon. I don't really need to give the space hub a type or like a tag for that. It just won't have one. Okay, so now we're gonna say data tags plus equals the same thing over here. So this one I'm gonna do the icon gear for automation. What is that one called? I think it's just called icon production. Icon products, okay. This is gonna say an automation planet, and then this one's gonna say dungeon. And this is gonna have like a skull icon, which I don't think I have one. Okay. Unless I do, and I'm just... Let me look through all the icons. Heart. I do not. I mean, I have a weapon icon. I could use that. It kind of makes sense. It does indicate that, like, hey, there's fighting here. That'll be fine. So icon weapons. All right, let's give this a try. Let's see what this looks like, huh? This will help describe a lot more information about these regions. It's also, again, great for modding, because if you have a lot of modded planets and stuff, you can easily see, like, what type of planet is that, you know? Because it can be really hard to tell, is it actually an automation planet or not? Like, you know, especially if the description is vague or if there's no description. So, yeah, I think that's important. Got these little mint strips. They kind of suck, but they're also cool, I guess. I feel like I'm taking LSD or something, because it's like you put like a little tablet on your tongue. It's not like a tablet, it's just a sheet of mint, but... Okay, let's go check this. Boom. Oh, that's odd. It didn't show the name initially when we hovered over it. We should probably fix that. Also, it shows no atmosphere for Opus. So we need to fix that. It's not showing an atmosphere for any of these. So why is that? Atmosphere. Pretty sure I'm saying the right thing, unless it's just called something else. Oh my god, I misspelled it. Of course, the classic. I don't know why I'm always misspelling that one. Okay. Now it shows the atmospheres. And it shows what kind of planet each one is. Good stuff. I would like to do more colors and stuff for those, because like it's just nice to indicate like what's, is it good or bad or whatever, or not necessarily good or bad, but just like the danger level. So like the dungeon one would be red because it's like, oh, careful, but then automation would just be white because it's nothing, and maybe underwater would be blue or something. I don't know, we'll figure it out. So I think that the atmosphere collector now is going to gather water. Also, another downside to the atmosphere collector is it's got to be inside. It's not waterproof. So that's actually kind of a good thing. It's just another, like, way to balance it, right? Okay, now it's just, it doesn't show anything. And I think I know why. Item out later, gang. Sounds good. K-Mac, thank you for popping into the stream. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day or night. I think we're going to be ending stream here in just a second anyways, so... So let's go to the recipe table on the atmosphere. Oops, not whole words. There we go. And I'm just going to add all of these different oxygen types on here. So Starground, water. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Were these errors in here just garbage? Yeah. Nothing I care about. Well, I know why these are happening. I mean, I'll fix those eventually. Those are looking good. Boom. And now if we go to Tyria and place an oxygen collector, it should start collecting water. Or an atmosphere collector. There we go, water. Water's created in a lot of buildings. Let's spawn in a creative generator. There we go. So now it'll make water. Are you happy, Yoshik? Man, my Tyria base sucks. I think over here was just me testing like maximum capacity stuff, yeah. Which I'm thinking about adding a new research in here that increases the maximum cap for pressure pumps. Slowly, but you know, it would still be nice. Unless I do it as a tiered research, which I wouldn't be opposed to. There aren't very many tiered researches. Now that we have oxygen, I was thinking of just making it like an oxygen sink kind of research. Or it's just, it takes a bunch of oxygen to research, but, you know, it's helpful. Cool. Well, this very slowly makes water, and very inefficiently too, because it uses a ton of power. But these are, what is the recipe for water filtering? It's 8 and then you get 8 back out, so it's pretty efficient, and it only takes a little bit, and purifiers take less energy, so it's actually really fast. One of these produces like probably like 32 times the throughput as an oxygen collector, so I don't even care that this is a thing you can do. Like, it's actually really balanced. Maybe even unbalanced because of how bad it is. So we'll see. But it's fine. The thing is with this is just ease, right? You just get straight water. You don't have to worry about filtering out the mineral water and stuff. It's just very uncomplicated, so. All right, cool. Sick. Another thing that I also want to add to regions is like the solar efficiency. So we can go in here and say regions default solar power or solar efficiency. By default is 1. Make sure I spelled that right. I really don't want to ever have to change these tags, so if I spell it wrong, that's a massive blunder. So that's something that I want to take a look at, is having certain regions be able to have more or less solar power. Because I think that would be nifty. I don't know if I'm ever going to add any buildings that have more than 100% solar power. Probably not. One planet's going to be shrouded in darkness, which means solar power is going to be 0. It's going to be useless. And then the gas giant, I can't imagine that would have more solar power because it's far away. Viridian is at 1. Tyria would also be kind of lower because it's underwater, so I might do that. We'll see. But if I make all those changes, I might also buff solar, so we'll see. Anyways, that's going to be it for today. I've got to go eat dinner. And also, we've been going for 4 hours and 17 minutes, so, you know. All right. Well, thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. We are chipping away at stuff. I'm very glad I'm finally spending the time to, like, pay attention to some of these more minor things, like the info panel and stuff, because it doesn't seem like it's important, but for new people jumping into the game for the first time and stuff, it actually really does matter a lot. So, you know, I think it's good that we're doing it. Man, there's like almost nobody streaming right now.
Lies.
Oops.
Hey.
Let's look for a brand new person to raid. Oh god, sorry. I keep jump scaring everybody. Brand new person. Let's sort by the Godot tag, because... Okay, there's only 3 people using Godot. Me, Hypnotic, and this other person. Are they speaking? The real book lover. We give them a raid. Looks like they're doing some procedural terrain stuff, which is cool. So yeah, why not raid them? All right. Some more Shui, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. That's going to be it for today, guys. I'll see you next time on Wednesday around 3 p.m. MDT. Just check the stream schedule. Feel free to join the Discord. Feel free to buy Starground on June 26th for the summer sale. And I think that's it. This update's coming along. It'll be out during the Automation Fest. So, yeah. All right. We're going to go ahead and raid the real book lover. Thank you, gamers. I appreciate it. See all of you next time. In 10 seconds, once I actually start the raid process. Come on. Okay, bye everybody. Bye-bye.